This is Simon Schusler coming to you live from the First Alert Desk. Some shocking scenes that we are carrying live right now. This appears to be the Sayre Street School. Now, this is according to the National Register of Historic Places, this is the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery. We are tracking this minute by minute, trying to see. We have a crew on the scene right now, trying to get the latest as we can get it. You see that fire just going straight through the ceiling right there. Not sure what the bottom of that structure looks like right now, but we've been tracking this on our cameras ever since we saw it this morning, just a few moments ago. This school, according to the National Register of Historic Places, significant for its associations with the growth of public education here in Montgomery. It was not until 1870 when the state legislature passed an act establishing the Montgomery City School System that public education was firmly established as a city function. And this was an outgrowth of the Chilton School, a private girls' school that had been gradually absorbed by the city system. So this is a building with a lot of history here. You can see firefighters, Montgomery Fire and Rescue, hard at work in the cold early morning hours here, just trying to put out this fire. We will have updates as soon as we get them. We are in constant communication with our crew on the ground right now. We will pass those updates along as we get them. But for now, I'm just going to let y'all take in a few angles of this fire, and I'm going to come back as soon as I have any more information. Welcome back. This is Simon Schuessler live at the first alert desk as we track this fire, which appears to be at the old Sayre Street School. To our knowledge, this was abandoned. We do not know if anyone was inside at the time of this fire. We do not know if anyone is hurt. The only information that we have from Montgomery Fire and Rescue is that they responded to the 500 block of Sayre Street at 7:51 this morning, and that residents in the area are advised to avoid it, allowing emergency crews to do their job there. So that's the only information we have from Montgomery Fire and Rescue at this time. Once again, started at 7:51 a.m. That means this has been going on for about 2 hours and 10 minutes or so at least. That's when Montgomery Fire and Rescue got the initial call. So you can see they're still actively working to put out this fire. We're bringing on our web correspondent, John Shyok.
Never been called a web correspondent before.
To kind of,
Yeah, we're looking at this fire. This is a massive building, large brick building.
Very big.
And it's been burning for, you said, more than 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
you can still see the full structure of the building, but it looks like the roof on this building is extensively engulfed in flames. You see different pockets that keep popping up. They're throwing the water on it, so it's giving you the white smoke. But beyond that, you can see lots of orange glowing. This fire's probably, I'm not a historical preservationist by any means, but anytime you have fully engulfed roofs, you run the risk of a total loss to a structure. This is a brick structure, so the structure itself will probably continue to look like a building that you would recognize from the street.
Yeah, and you would have to think it's somewhat fragile, being built so long ago.
Yeah.
This is the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery, if this is indeed the Sayre Street School, which we do believe it is. Yeah. And
so one of the concerns that you have in these kind of situations is this is obviously no longer a school. It was not in use for any reason. So generally when buildings are no longer in use, they disconnect the power supplies, all of the things that would make it a functional building. So cause of the fire, obviously too soon to determine what the cause of the fire is, but you would hope that this is not a situation where somebody was trying to stay warm inside and that
you would hope, yeah,
they started a fire of some sort. And if they did, you would hope that those people were able to get out. We have not heard anything beyond the initial report from the Montgomery Fire Department that they responded to the scene, and they're obviously actively working to put this fire out. They've said nothing about any sort of injuries, any sort of victims. We don't have a shot where we could see where there would be any
flame come back out right there.
Yeah, you're starting to get a lot of flare-ups. We have a couple of different camera shots of this. We actually have two. So let's switch over to our second camera. And you kind of clear that building in the foreground out a little bit so you can see, the flames are starting to rip through what looks like the front of the building.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Montgomery Fire and Rescue all hands on deck right now.
Yeah, not exactly sure how many firefighters there are, but you can clearly see they've got the really tall extendable ladder trucks out there hitting it from one side. There's probably some on the other side that we can't see from this vantage point.
Once again, for those joining us now, this is believed to be the Sayre Street School, the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery, in flames right now.
Let's give people a quick look on Google Maps to kind of tell people where we're at.
This is not far from downtown.
Yeah, we'll come right back to the scene here. If I can figure out how to get it over here on the... Okay. So Sayre Street School is going to be... Gotta zoom out here. I'll tell you what, let's go back to the live shot for a second. Let me get this Google map set up. And then I will see if I can't give people a better idea of where this is.
This is near, if not in the Garden District, just to the west of the Cloverdale area. off South Court Street.
Still going.
My eyes fail me this morning. I can't see the tiny screen, but yeah, it looks like it's let's take the graphic down real quick.
Sayre Street is located near South Court Street. This is not far at all from the Rosa Parks Museum, that area. Probably less than half a mile, near the National Memorial for Peace and Justice. If you're familiar with where the Montgomery Area Chamber of Commerce building is, it's kind of behind that. You can see, looks like that they've gotten that flame down for now on the left side there. And according to the National Register of Historic Places, it's a 13,500 square foot building. Wide halls divide both floors with cross halls containing the 2 sets of stairs.
All right, I'm going to pull over a Google map here for just a second, and then I'm going to take down our graphic so that you can see it. It looks like a little red dot there is where the fire is, right there. That looks like the building right there. Yep.
Yes.
There it is. And if you'll see, about the middle of your screen is the interstate intersection, the interchange, I-85, I-65.
Right there.
And then it looks like it is, I mean, you're not going to get much more downtown than that.
No, and definitely going to be visible from the interstate, you would think, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. These planes are. In fact, let me go and see if I can't find some of our tower cams real quick and see if any of those are showing a different vantage point.
Was the building occupied? I'm reading some of your questions now. We do not know that at this point, Brittany. It's the only information we have officially on the record from Montgomery Fire and Rescue is that they responded at 7:51 and basically stay away from the area, let first responders do their thing. What was in this building, we do not know what was currently in the building. It was historically used, known as Sayre Street School to our knowledge. If what we believe is correct, and we're pretty sure it is correct, it would be the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery, up in flames right now. And this has been going on for 2.5 hours now at least. That's how long Montgomery Fire and Rescue has been on the scene. Very heavy smoke, yes, at the interchange. I'm sure you can see it there. Yes, it was also known as Chilton School as well. How does an empty, abandoned building catch on fire? We do not know. We cannot confirm any details until we hear directly from the source. Now, someone says, I thought it used to be Jean the Florist. Now, when you look up the address on Google Maps, it does say Jean the Florist. We are not aware of it being occupied at this time, though.
Somebody asked the question, how does an abandoned building catch fire? Well, there's a couple of different ways that it can happen. Weather is usually a good way. Lightning strikes. The weather hasn't been in a situation where we've had any kind of lightning strikes downtown, so it would be speculation at this point to determine how the fire started. That's going to go through the whole investigative process. One likely scenario could be, people just trying to stay warm. It's happened multiple times at hotels across the city. It's not unique to Montgomery. The temperatures drop. People who are looking for shelter are trying to keep warm, and
happened several times on Carmichael Road at those hotels last winter. We had, I think, 2 or 3 fires in the past couple years. So this is we see these fires when the weather gets cold, and while we don't always find out exactly what the cause was, we definitely don't want to speculate. But
we are working to turn our tower cam around, located on top of the RSA tower, to see if we can't get a better overhead vantage point of this. We're working on that. If we can get it, we'll bring it to you in just a few minutes.
Once again, this is believed to be the Sayre Street School, the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery. A very, very historic site. Just terrible to see it on fire like this. I mean, it's just shocking scenes this morning. Visible from the interstate. We've seen multiple people, comment, "Hey, I saw the heavy smoke on the interstate." I'm hoping that it's not causing any bad traffic jams or just distracted driving, or because that is a lot of smoke. And like I said, we are still gathering information as we have crews on the ground right now. Once we hear back from them, we will forward any information that they're able to get. I know that we're trying to move our camera around to get y'all a different vantage point there. And crews working really, really hard in this cold weather. So I'm going to read you some of the entries into the National Register of Historic Places, kind of giving you an idea of the history here. So the Sayre Street School, the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery, significant for its associations with the growth of public education in the city during the late 19th century. Although Montgomery established a free school in the early 19th century, it was not until 1870 when the state legislature passed an act establishing the Montgomery City School System. That public education was firmly established as a city function. In operation in a rented building in 1885, the Sayre Street School was an outgrowth of the Chilton School, which was a private girls' school that had been gradually absorbed by the city system. It's a pattern typical of early public schools in the city. Of the 5 public elementary schools in Montgomery in 1885, only one was not directly or indirectly associated with an earlier private institution. In 1891, the present structure was built. So this building has been here supposedly since 1891. Now this entry was back in 1982, so there could be some changes made since then. But just giving you perspective into how historic of a building this is.
Simon, I'm going to give you some perspective into how close this is to downtown.
Yes.
So, I walked away a minute ago trying to go get the shot turned around, all this kind of stuff for our tower camera, our ASC camera network camera that's on top of the RSA tower downtown. Turns out this is the tower cam shot. I thought that this was a live shot from one of our crews on the scene, but no, this is just zoomed in from our tower camera on the RSA tower.
Wow.
Amazing vantage point of this situation. I'm not seeing any more flames shooting through the roof.
No.
Looks like they may be getting this under control.
That would make it 2.5 hours, but you never know what the bottom floors are looking like, so you don't want to speculate. But it does look like the flames, at least on the roof, have been for the most part controlled.
You also have to worry. I mean, these firefighters are not going to go away anytime soon.
No.
You got to worry about flare-ups, and this is a massive building. This is not a house fire. This is a massive 2-story brick building that takes up a significant chunk of a city block. So you're going to have firefighters out there on the scene for, I would say, probably the rest of the day at least.
Right. Yeah, and we're going to be reaching out to Montgomery Fire and Rescue and staying in contact with them to get you information as soon as we get it. But so far, all we know is that this is.
Seeing some comments from some people
Yes,
in the comment section. Somebody
Mhm.
said that they went through this building, through this school when they were in the 3rd grade.
When it was called
Chilton. We
Yeah.
mentioned that earlier.
Wow.
A lot of students got their educational start in Montgomery here.
Yes, built
many
in
years ago.
1891. Although the history goes back even farther than that of this school. The current structure was built in 1891.
Switch back over to our other camera here for a second. There's a building in the foreground. I think that this building that you see in front of us here, it may be the old Dale's penthouse building. I don't know the name of it, but it looks like it's obscuring the foreground shot here. But you have to zoom way in, so that, and that's a tall building itself. It looks like it's a small building, but it's not. You can kind of see the Sayre Street School building in the background on fire still. Yeah, I'm starting to see some flames coming up through the middle of the building's roof again. It's important to say we're talking about this. We have people in the newsroom who are actively checking for more information on this.
Absolutely.
So Simon's going to be working on this for our new newscast, which is going to be coming up here in the next 2 hours or so.
This building was built for $17,066.90.
How much? Say that again.
$17,066.90.
A lot of money in those days.
By contractor J.B. Worthington.
Yeah. Looking at this shot again, we were talking a few minutes ago. We couldn't tell exactly how many fire crews are on the scene. I can see in this shot. I can see the one large ladder truck, and then middle of the screen I can see a stream shooting. So that's at least 2. And then if you pull it back to a further back camera shot, which we'll see in just a second, it looks like you can see at least a 3rd one on the other side of the building, hitting it from at least a 3rd angle. So you got 1, 2 here. Man, that's a lot of smoke.
It is.
I imagine you can see that smoke on the horizon for miles.
Yeah, I was worried that it's going to cause some problems for drivers on the interstate if it's that close to it.
Perhaps. We have not gotten any reports that there are any issues on the interstate at this point.
I saw a comment said that there was thick smoke about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
The building in the foreground is the site of the 1967 Dale's Penthouse restaurant fire that killed 26.
Okay, that's what we thought.
Yes.
We're zoomed way in on our tower camera, and it looks like that is the building. But yeah, you don't get the full view of that penthouse building from this angle. It looks like in fact, it almost looks like a tugboat.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're looking over the top of it toward the brick school building.
And so Sayre Street closed in 1976.
That was almost 50 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah. 49, yeah.
So.
And the National Historic Register of Historic Places says the demise came from a shifting population and laws regarding integration. If you have any memories of this school, please share them in the comments. I would love to read them and share them with everyone watching. Just once again, if you're just joining us, this is looking like we're pretty confident in saying this is the Sayre Street School, the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery. The current structure built in 1891.
And forgive us for saying, and if you've been watching us for a while, forgive us for saying the same thing over and over, because we're watching the exact same thing that you're watching. We don't have a whole lot more information than you do.
This building is 134 years old, built for $17,000 by contractor J.B. Worthington.
You said 1891?
1891 was when the current structure was built. Now, since before the Civil War, this location had been connected with education. There was Franklin Academy located there in 1863. It was sold. After that is when Chilton School opened, which was a private school for girls on the property. And it would be 20 years later that the current building was built in 1891 as Sayre Street
School.
School.
Throwing $17,000 out there. $17,000 in 1890 is equivalent to about $600,000 today. So,
how about that for inflation?
Small chunk of change
yes,
there.
no, that is a significant amount for the time.
About a 3,500%
to invest into
increase.
education, in the 1890s.
Looks like the white smoke. I mean, obviously there's still a lot of white smoke here from the water hitting the flames, but it looks like it has gotten lighter, which is
Yes.
you would think a good indication that they're getting on top of the flames and they're able to.
That is very.
You're starting to see some of the. If you look closely,
See
you
some
start
of
to
the
see some of the damage to the roof of the building.
I do see one flame there.
Right there on the corner where it's got the two
Yes.
triangle-looking.
No telling what's going on the bottom or the first floor.
Generally, what happens when you have and again, I'll preface this with saying I'm no expert on structures or anything like that, but generally, once your roof collapses, it has to go somewhere, so it hits the floor
Yes.
below it, and I would assume that if the floor below it has been abandoned for 50 years, you run the risk of having the second floor collapse onto the first floor, and then what you have is outwardly you could have what appears to be a complete structure, a complete brick structure, but inside it's essentially void. I'm not saying that's what's happened here at this point, but
We will
those
find
are
that
certainly
out.
possibilities.
Absolutely, and great commentary there. For those that are big into architecture, the Sayre Street School is architecturally significant as a very good local example of a Victorian Romanesque school building and one of the few surviving examples of the city of late 19th century polychromatic brickwork. If one of y'all knows what polychromatic brickwork is, please let me know in the comments.
Polychromatic means multi.
Multichromatic.
Chromatic means colors, doesn't it? Multicolored brick?
I would assume.
I would assume so. Anytime you want to be proven wrong, just ask the internet.
Exactly.
The internet will absolutely find out what the answer to that question is for us.
Once again, this is believed to be the Sayre Street School near downtown Montgomery, near the Montgomery Chamber of Commerce building. This is not far from Union Street.
It's not far from the interstate.
Not far from the
You
interstate.
absolutely can see this from the interstate.
Oh, 100%. We've gotten some comments telling us that.
You can't see the flames, you can absolutely see the smoke. Let's come back over to one of our other tower cameras. It looks like we can get a better vantage point of the roof. I think we probably got our tower camera maxed out about as far in as it's going to zoom.
Oh, yes.
We're not going to be able to go in any further, which would be, it looks like at least the front of the roof structure, it looks like it's heavily damaged.
Yes. And, something good. We haven't heard of this fire spreading at the moment.
Jerry's reminiscing, and Jerry Sapp's reminiscing in our comment section. His first grade class is just to the right of the front door. There's core childhood memories, especially if this is a building that's of great personal importance to you. I mean, take me back to my elementary school, and I could absolutely tell you exactly what room is what room, and shout out to the Montgomery Fire Department. Montgomery's Fire Department is one of the best in the country, very highly rated.
They get praise every time they come up in front of the city council or anything,
Their ISO rating. I mean, you can't get any higher.
As high as you can get it.
For those who don't know what the ISO is, I don't know what the acronym stands for, but essentially, the better your ISO rating.
Kind of your report card, right?
Yeah, your report card, and insurance companies use those ISO ratings to set their insurance rates
Yes.
for that community. So,
And that means Montgomery gets about the best insurance rates you're going to get for
they're
fire.
gonna get, yeah. Yep. Thank you, Jessica.
Oh.
Multicolor bricks used in a decorative pattern.
Okay.
See,
There we
the
go.
internet wins.
Polychromatic brickwork. I've
Yeah.
learned something
Yeah,
today.
some folks are talking about, this. Melissa says this is one of the most beautiful buildings in the city. You don't see buildings built like this anymore. The old
No.
saying, they don't make it like they used to.
Yeah.
Or they may make buildings safer today, but they may not be nearly as decorative.
Yeah.
All the flourishes and the extras that you just,
Yeah, and when you think
It's
of
expensive.
Montgomery, you think of history. It's these type of buildings that really give the city a cultural identity that it has. I mean, you go downtown and you see all these different types of architecture, and I mean, these buildings are part of what makes Montgomery so special.
looking at the brick, what this building reminds me of? It reminds me of the Montgomery train station.
I could
Now,
definitely.
obviously, this
I
is
could
not
see
the
that.
Montgomery train station.
No,
but,
not the Montgomery train station. But
built in the 1800s.
Richard, this is at Sayre Street. This is near the interstate, near the the Chamber of Commerce building. And let's see, I'm gonna see if I can give you a better locator. But Sayre Street, I believe this is the 500 block, the old Sayre Street School.
Yeah, this is going to be.
Near the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, if you're
This is
familiar.
going to be not far from the Montgomery I-65-85
Yes.
interchange. This is in the downtown Montgomery area. It's not in like the core downtown area where the RSA Tower or anything like that is, but it's a little bit away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is definitely in the downtown area.
Yes.
Starting to see some flames pop back up on the front of the
Oh,
building.
yeah.
I can't tell if this is the front of the building or the back of the building. I would assume it's the front, but that is
It's hard to
absolutely
see
just an
from this
assumption.
vantage point.
Let's come back out to this other view here. Let me show you this. I'm going to take the breaking news graphic down for a second so that you can get a better view of the building, just to see how big it is.
And I'm in constant contact with our crew on the ground, seeing if there's anything new we can report to y'all. Still, the latest that we have from Montgomery Fire and Rescue is that they were called here at 7:51 a.m. That puts it almost 3 hours ago. And they're advising everyone to avoid the area. Once again, Sayre Street School, believed to be the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery, although it was no longer open for school, been closed since the 70s.
Looks like we may have some folks who have joined the live stream who are not from the Montgomery area. That's the power of Facebook and YouTube and all these places. It brings people in from not necessarily in your local hometown.
True.
Obviously, Montgomery, Alabama, the capital of the state of Alabama. Deep in the heart of the Deep South.
Deep South, very historic city, and it's a historic building right here that is unfortunately
Just on the
still on fire.
Extreme left side of the screen, we were talking a few minutes ago about the Dale's penthouse. You can see that building just in the edge of the camera. You can see how many floors that building has. That gives you an idea of A, how far we're zoomed in, and B, just how tall that the penthouse. And the penthouse has its own. Dale's penthouse has its own history in Montgomery. Back in the late 1960s, this building in the foreground
Yes, had
was
its own
the
fire.
site of one of Montgomery's deadliest structure fires.
Now it's overlooking another fire.
There were a lot of people who were inside of this building. They were up in what you're seeing here, the penthouse. I think that they were having dinner or a party of some sort, and a fire started. can't remember the exact details on that, but yeah, it claimed the lives of multiple people in that building.
I'd say over a dozen.
Killed 25.
25.
Yep, Dale's penthouse. That was February 7th, 1967. It was a Tuesday. Customers went upstairs to the penthouse restaurant. Looks like a fire started and the elevator doors got open, flames came in. Really, really devastating tragedy in and of its own right in Montgomery. And I won't say history is repeating itself, but you
No.
have two historic Montgomery fires in the same frame
Absolutely.
here.
And
We're
hoping
hoping that there are
no one hurt in this
Yeah.
one, hopefully. We have not received word of anybody inside the building, anybody hurt. Praying for the safety of the firefighters as well. Thinking of the people that are out there doing the work. You can see there's still some flames in there they're trying to target on the roof.
Well, they're hitting it hard.
Yeah, it looks like they've really targeted that one spot.
You got a lot of thick black smoke starting to billow back up. It may have been something
Oh man.
something that was dry or essentially very flammable.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume
No idea
lots of
what's
wood
in
inside
there.
of this structure. A lot of your old turn of the century structures, brick on the outside,
Wood on the inside.
wood on the inside, very flammable wood. Lots of times had lots of varnishes and very flammable materials on them that could create a fire hazard. Kind of like the White House. White House burned to the ground inside. The structure outside stayed essentially looking just like it was. And that's probably what you'll see here. You'll see that this building will essentially, if they're not able to get it under control, and if it's not too late, the building may internally be completely demolished, but the outside of the building, being a brick structure, will still retain the shape of a building.
2-story building. And it's 4 blocks from downtown business district.
You think about if this building is a loss, Montgomery's downtown area has really, really, in the last 20 years, seen a resurgence, a renaissance. All the hotels that have come in, all of the biscuits and all this kind of stuff. And this is right in that area.
It is.
It's a building that's been abandoned. We say abandoned. It hasn't been in any kind of use.
Kind of in limbo.
It's in limbo,
Yeah.
we would assume. Think of all of the different things that this particular building could have been used for, repurposed for event space or
Who knows?
potential hotel or
And after this, who knows what the plans will be? Will they want to try to preserve what's left of it? I mean, we don't know. This is something very developing, and we're still trying to get more information.
Okay, so we just muted our mics for a minute so that we could talk to one of our executive producers. They're still gathering some information for us. Simon, you want to?
Yeah, so it seems that the last occupant of this building was Jean's Florists, but that was maybe a decade or two ago.
Yeah. Important to note here, we throw out the word, it's abandoned. It's not necessarily abandoned. It's not necessarily being used.
Not used for what the purpose of it was originally.
Important thing that we learned in the last few minutes, taxes are still being
Yes.
paid on this building.
Yes.
So whoever owns it is still paying what they need to pay to retain ownership. It's not blighted. It's not an abandoned building per
Not
se.
completely abandoned, no, even if there wasn't anything going on there. But that is some crucial information.
Yes, it was vacant. Jerry, that's a very,
Vacant, yes.
it's abandoned and vacant. We'll go with vacant. We have also reached out to the Alabama Historical Commission. Yeah, our executive producer is shaking her head. Yes,
They're running around right now, so
this is probably something they don't want to see. So they're running around trying to figure out, get all their ducks in a row, see what they can do, see what information that they can gather. They couldn't give us any information at the moment. Yeah, we're trying to get some more information on the history of the building beyond the historical description of it. Building is about what, 13? How many?
13,500 square feet.
2 floors.
2 floors. It's a local interpretation of the Victorian Romanesque with round arched entrances, gabled pavilions defined by flat buttresses, decorative stone bands, corbel tables, and polychromatic brickwork accenting the gables and the openings.
I think we learned what polychromatic brickwork is. All the gabling and the buttresses,
Yes.
and
Building.
We're not architectural experts at all.
The building
good-looking
rests
building.
on a brick basement, which is almost fully exposed on the rear or west side of the building. due
Okay,
to
so
the
this
slope of
is
the
2
lot.
stories and then a basement. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, a belfry with a pyramidal roof was blown down by a storm in the 1940s. It's 2 tall chimneys. One was damaged before today.
According to Montgomery tax records, we just pulled the tax records on this. The property has a value of about 1.84. 1 million. $1.1 million.
Almost 1.2 million.
Yeah, almost $1.2 million.
Would be a significant loss, but they're still working to put it out.
Doesn't say anything about insurance on that, and that's not something that we
Does
really need
not.
to speculate on. It's just somebody's building. Somebody owns this building, whether it's a corporation or a company or somebody. Somebody owns this building, and
Vacant is definitely the term we will go with.
Jerry, we're seeing your comments on your reminiscing about all the memories that you have of this building from your childhood.
The cafeteria was in the basement. Interesting.
Certainly gives a human aspect
does.
to. You know, I love old buildings. I love the history and the architecture. I love what buildings were. You know, and to be able to see somebody like Jerry here say, you know, the cafeteria was in the basement, or when you walked in the front door, my first grade class was right there at the right. You know, those are the kind of things that humanize.
Yeah.
This is a brick building. Buildings.
I can imagine the emotions.
The emotions, the life that's breathed into something like this, with all the experiences. That's something that, you know, is tough.
I don't see any flames right now, but it looks like that could very well just be the smoke covering it up. Once again, we're coming up on 3 hours that Montgomery Fire and Rescue has been on the scene. They responded here at 7:51 this morning. It is now 10:41. So that is 2 hours and 50 minutes since Montgomery Fire and Rescue responded. Penelope, this is located near the 65-85 interchange in Montgomery, Alabama, 4 blocks away from the downtown business district.
Let's put that Google map back up.
Put
real
that
quick
Google map back up there.
And show people. You can see the red dot there about middle of your screen. The grayish blue dot, or the grayish blue lines, that's the I-65-85 interchange. And the red dot is in the downtown area. See if we can get a better view of the building itself so you can kind of get some of the features of it. It's kind of hard because the way that this Google shot was taken, it was kind of taken right into the sun. Let's go down this street here and see if we can't get a view of it from the... It's a very large, imposing structure on the street.
You would not be able to miss it.
No, you're not going to miss this. See if we can't go down a little bit further. I don't know if you can round the corner. Looks like a parking lot there, so you can't really go into that. Yeah, these shots were all taken while the sun was literally in the shot, so it's kind of difficult to see. See, this is the Dale's penthouse building that we're seeing in the. Pretty sure, no, that's not it. Dale's penthouse is around here somewhere. I'm gonna lose my track here. Let's see if I can't hunt it down on the camera while
What is
you're
that building for now? Let's see.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, that's it.
Jerry is now talking about his third grade teacher.
He put his first and second grade teacher in there too.
I remember my first and second grade. I remember all of my teachers, and that was 30-ish years ago.
We had a conversation about this in the newsroom. Some people don't remember like any of the teachers that they had, and I'm like, I can remember them all.
It is 10:45. We are streaming this on our website and our app, Facebook, YouTube. Facebook and YouTube are running through a different system than our website and our app. So at 11 a.m., our programming for Alabama Live will start, and we will probably lose our coverage of this.
More than likely.
At least on our website and app. But we could continue this with Facebook and YouTube. Forgive us for dipping out and not talking for a few minutes. We mute our mics so that we can
Gather information. Yes.
with our executive producers and look through our emails and see if we can't bring any more information to you. This is not something that we normally do.
This is not, no.
We're kind of tag teaming this morning.
There's a podcast that talks about the school. We'll have to look into that. We're going to be doing a lot of research today, learning as much as we can about this historic building. Once again, if you're just joining us, Sayre Street School, the oldest known remaining public school building in Montgomery, even though it was not being used as a school up to now. It hasn't been used as a school since the 70s.
We have been talking to you for about an hour. I guess exactly an hour and 9 minutes.
Wow.
An hour, 10 seconds ago is when we started this broadcast. But you've only heard our voice. You have not seen. You have not seen us. I'm John Shryock.
I'm Simon Schuessler.
And we are watching right alongside you as Montgomery firefighters try to put this fire out. It looks like they're getting the upper hand on it.
Yes.
I think they've had the upper hand
when
on
we
it for
started
quite
this
some
an
time.
hour ago, I mean, it was almost more flames than smoke. Now it's pretty much all smoke from what we can see from our vantage point. Now, does that mean all the flames are out? No. But it does look like they have a better handle on this, for sure, than an hour ago. They're coming up on being on the scene for 3 hours now.
You can still see what look like, I don't know if those are curtains or what in the windows, but you can clearly see that there's still stuff in the windows in the building.
Just think about some of the stamina of these firefighters to stand up there and aim those water cannons at the building for 3 hours. I mean, that's...
So Mr. Sapp is continuing to share some of the history of this building. He says
Zelda Fitzgerald.
Zelda Fitzgerald apparently.
Wow.
Apparently went to which is not surprising.
Yeah,
that's
no,
about
not
turn of the
surprising at
century.
all.
Zelda Fitzgerald, of course, the wife of
F. Scott Fitzgerald.
famous novelist F. Scott Fitzgerald.
That lived
I'm
in the
horrible with names.
Cloverdale neighborhood. They
I'm
got
horrible
the
with names, and I
Scott
looked at
Zelda.
you and completely went blank on what his name was. So thank you for saving
Of course.
me. But yeah, Zelda Fitzgerald apparently a student there in the turn of the century, 120 years ago.
Wow.
She would have been a student there. It looks like the Montgomery Fire Department is getting a pretty good handle on this fire. We haven't seen any more flames shoot up in the last few minutes. What we're going to do is, since our news broadcast starts at 11 a.m., and we're going to lose our website and our app because our broadcast on
goes
TV
over it.
will trump anything that we do here. What we're going to do is we're going to watch this for a few more minutes, probably about 10:55ish. We wrap it up and send you back to, well, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, you're not on regular programming. You continue scrolling, I guess. But once the live stream ends, that's not the end of this. We will absolutely continue covering this, looking for information from the fire department.
Yes, and we are going to be doing research all day on this. I'm going to be covering this in our new newscast with our latest updates, the latest information we get in the next hour or so. And this will be something that we have coverage of all day, really. So keep tuned to our website. I know our web team will be keeping you updated with our web story. And thank you so much for tuning in. Obviously, wish it was under better circumstances.
Yeah. I think what we'll do is, since there's not a whole lot of new information coming in, and our picture, and we have a great picture. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and leave this shot up, and we'll wait until our 11 o'clock newscast essentially overrides this, and then we will continue our live coverage from on air and on our website WSFA.com. Our digital team right now is working on putting together a digital story. It's probably already our top story on our website right now.
And even Zelda's mother went there, according to Jerry. Yes, Judge Sayre, who I assume the street was named after, is on the Alabama Supreme Court.
That would make sense. Okay, Simon is going to cover this for WSFA 12 News at noon, and we will see you then. If you are watching our live broadcast from our website or mobile app, we are going to flip over to Alabama Live. If you're watching our live stream, you are watching what remains of a fire at a large brick building in the area of downtown Montgomery. We got a update from the Montgomery Fire Department just a few minutes ago on this situation. This is on Sayre Street, about 4 blocks from downtown Montgomery. The Montgomery Fire Department just a few minutes ago confirming that this 3-alarm commercial building fire, this again at the corner of Mildred Street and Sayre Street. This is the old Sayre Street School, I believe it is. The fire is now under control. 3 hours that the Montgomery Fire Department has been hitting the flames that have been shooting through the roof of this building. The roof now gone. Fire is under control. More importantly, the Montgomery Fire and Rescue says that there are no reports of injuries to either firefighters or civilians. Again, large, massive fire, brick building, downtown Montgomery. Does not appear that there are going to be any injuries at this point. Certainly no fatalities. That's always good news to hear. Montgomery Fire Rescue's investigators are on the scene. They are working to determine the cause of this fire. If you were watching earlier this morning when WSFA 12 News reporter Simon Schuessler and I were discussing the fire, there's no cause determined at this point. This building had been vacant for quite some time. It used to be an elementary school. Most recently, I think it was a flower business. That's been years ago as well. But this building has been vacant for some time. It's not hooked up to electricity, so it would not be, most likely would not be an electrical fire. Doesn't appear that there was any weather that would have caused a lightning issue. One possibility may have been that someone was trying to stay warm overnight and may have possibly set a fire that got out of control. That again, not confirmed at this point, a possibility, but Montgomery Fire Rescue has their investigators on the scene. They will be working to try and figure out exactly how this fire started in this building. This building was built in the 1890s. As you can see, it is a brick structure. The outside of the building appears mostly intact. The roof is clearly gone. This is a 2-story building and also has an open basement, so 2 stories in a basement. The roof completely gone. You can see here from the WSFA tower cam, the Montgomery Fire Rescue still have 3 ladder trucks hitting this building with continuous streams of water. This fire started around 7:50 this morning. Firefighters quickly rushed to the scene. The view you're looking at is coming from WSFA 12 News' tower cam, and forgive me, I'm not sure if this is our tower cam on top of our studios here downtown. It may be from our tower cam from our ASE credit union camera network attached to the RSA tower downtown. Either way, we are zoomed in as far as we can go. This building that you see in the foreground, it's behind the graphics. That is the old Dale's penthouse building. That was the scene of a 1960s fire that killed 25 people. So that building in the foreground is also the site of a historic Montgomery fire. Thankfully, in this situation, again, there are no reported injuries to speak of at this time, according to the Montgomery Fire Department. This building is about 13,500 square feet. It is a very large building in that area, about 4 blocks from downtown Montgomery. Takes up a large, probably one of the larger structures in that area. Again, has been vacant for quite some time. We checked earlier with the Alabama Historical Commission. They were working to try and get us some information a check of tax records. WSFA checked earlier. While this building is vacant, it was not delinquent on its taxes. The taxes were still being paid on the building. We have seen quite a few people in the comments section talk about the historic significance of this building. Zilda Fitzgerald, the wife of famous novelist F. Scott Fitzgerald, she attended this school at the turn of the century, the 20th century, 120-ish years ago. If you're watching this stream 9 o'clock this morning, 9:30 when we started, you would have seen a significant amount of activity, flames ripping through the roof of the building. The smoke is dissipated at this point pretty handily. But the Montgomery Fire Department will most likely continue to stay on the scene for the rest of the day, looking for hot spots, flames that flare back up. While step away from the tower cam for just a second, I'll show you the building from Google Maps. This is the building on Sayre Street. If you come down the street just a little bit and zoom in, you can see the ornate brickwork on this building. Polychromatic brickwork was what we read in some of the earlier architectural information about this building. The outside of the structure appears pretty much intact, at least from our vantage point, but as you can see from the live stream, the roof on this structure is essentially gone. This being a two-story building, most of the roof is probably either sitting on the second floor, or we don't know from this point, but if the second floor was overwhelmed, it may all be in the basement. But you just can't tell from this particular vantage point. WSFA 12 News at noon is going to be coming up here in about 10 minutes. Our Simon Schuessler has been following this fire all morning. He will be reporting live on the news at noon here in about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. We will continue to keep this live stream up on our website, our mobile app, our Facebook page, and our YouTube page for at least the next little while. Still considerable amount of action from the Montgomery Fire Department. As you can see there, the 3 ladder trucks hitting the structure with a lot of water. That's a lot of water. And they've been doing this for 3 hours. Since this is coming from a tower cam, you don't get any audio from the scene. You can't hear any fire trucks or any of the commotion that's obviously happening in the area. We are zoomed in. I can't tell you how far, but I mean, this is a pretty good distance from the actual tower itself. It's at least 4 or 5 blocks from downtown Montgomery, from the downtown core. I will read you what the Montgomery Fire Rescue Department said just a few minutes ago. They said, update, about 10 minutes ago, large commercial fire now under control. Montgomery Fire Rescue brought the 3-alarm commercial fire at Mildred Street and Sayre Street under control after nearly 3 hours of continuous operations. Crews have made an outstanding effort on a very challenging incident. I don't think any of us would disagree that this is not a house fire. This is a very large, very complex fire to deal with, to try to bring under control. MFR continues on that its investigators are on the scene
and will be determining the cause of the fire. MFR also thanked everyone and asked that people continue to avoid the area. They want to make sure that this active scene remains secure for first responders. They don't want people coming out and trying to look at the damage, especially right now, especially while you can look at it live from a pretty significant vantage point. You see most of at least the second floor facade of the building. You can clearly see that there's no roof. You're not going to get this type of view from the street. And I'll show you why, because the building itself sits, it almost looks like it sits a little bit on a hill. So if you were to be standing on the street looking up at the building, you can't see the roof from the ground. You can come back around here and turn on Mildred Street. You're looking up at the building. So the vantage that you're getting from WSFA 12 News is ASC Credit Union camera network is certainly a better vantage point that you're going to get if you were to attempt to go downtown. Now I'll tell you that this used to be a school. It has not been a school in almost 50 years. 1975, I believe, was when the school stopped operating. It was most recently a flower business. In fact, if you go and look at the back of the building on Google Maps, you can travel down Mildred Street just a little bit more, and if you look at the back of the building, you can continue to, you can see where the name of the flower business is still on the back of the building there at the delivery section. We understand that there is a marble plaque that is on the front of the building somewhere that shares some of its significance. This building was built in the 1890s. Some of our commenters have mentioned Zelda Fitzgerald's mother having an attachment to the building, and I believe that she's mentioned in the plaque, possibly. I don't know that for certain, but I want to say that that was the case. The facade of the building is obviously still intact. The marble structure that would show you all the significance of the building is most likely still firmly in place where it was when it was installed in the early 20th century. And it looks like the Montgomery Fire Department has stopped putting water on the building. Gonna see that smoke clear from the top of the building. Reveals obviously that it doesn't look like there's any of the roof left. Can't tell if the roof has fallen into the second floor or if it just burned completely and there's nothing that would have fallen, although that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Things catch fire, they fall. We were talking earlier this morning about the windows. I mentioned to Simon that it almost appeared as though there were still curtains in the windows. Those are not curtains. Those are boarded up windows from this angle. It almost looks like they may have been hanging in the windows, but you can see from the Google Maps. You can see from the Google Maps photos that There are some broken windows, and you can clearly see that there are boards in those windows, which makes sense because the building has not been used in 10, 15, 20 years for any specific purpose, from what we understand. Looks like MFR is starting to bring at least one of the ladders down from overhead.
Oh yeah, not saying that you needed it.
We are about 2 minutes away from WSFA 12 News at noon starting. Since you're already watching this feed, I will route our live programming into this broadcast so that you can watch that continuously. If you will stand by for just one moment. At this point, no, we do not know what has caused this, Alexa. Montgomery Fire Rescue says that there's no one injured that they know of, and that their investigators are certainly on the team, are in the area right now, working to try and figure that out.
Now, WSFA 12 News starts with breaking news.
Welcome to the news at noon. I'm Bethany Davis. That breaking news, a massive fire is burning right now in downtown Montgomery. It started about 8 o'clock this morning. Firefighters are still working to get it under control. WSFA 12 News reporter Simon Schussler has been covering this now for hours. Simon, get us up to speed. What do we know about this building?
Yeah, Bethany, we know this is at the former Sayre Street School. That's the oldest known public school building in Montgomery. Now, the school, now vacant, was built in 1891. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It's located near the I-65, I-85 interchange across the street from the National Memorial for Peace and Justice. Now, on your screen now, that's the scene our crew found around 10 this morning. It's around 2 hours after Montgomery Fire and Rescue say they initially responded. You can see from this vantage point from above via our camera on the RSA tower around that same time, flames engulfing the roof there. Now, an update for you. Montgomery Fire and Rescue just confirming via social media there are no injuries and the fire is under control. The cause of the fire at this time, however, that's still unknown. Investigators are working on the scene right now
to figure that out, Bethany.
All right, Simon, and we are live streaming that fire both on our website and our Facebook pages right now, so you can go there to see the very latest. In just a few
And you just watched our live report from WSFA 12 News at noon. Now we are going to put our tower cam back up for just a few more minutes. There's not a whole lot more happening, but we will continue streaming for now. If you're watching and you've noticed a couple of times where we've had to go back and forth to some of the static shots like the Google Street Views because our shots have disappeared. The beauty of live television, we have to move things around so that we can do our broadcast on television. At the moment, the tower camera that's being used for that shot has got to be used for something involving weather, so it will take just a minute, but we'll get that camera shot back shortly. It looks like while we were waiting on the shot to come back up, which we have now, it looks like the Montgomery Fire Rescue teams have put that third ladder truck back up in the air, probably looking for hot spots or assessing damage. Any number of reasons why, but as you can see, they're no longer putting any water on the fire. They put water on it for 3, 7:50, 8:50, 9:50, 10:50, 11:50, 4 hours, close to. You see all those cars moving rapidly in the background. That's Interstate 65. So that's how close this scene is to Alabama's interstates, I-65, not far from the I-65, I-85 interchange in Montgomery. Talk in the comments section about saving the structure. That will be up to structural engineers as to whether or not the building can remain standing or whether or not the building will need to come down. This is obviously a large brick structure. The outside of the building looks relatively intact. That says nothing of the roof or any internal support structures that would keep the building from potentially becoming unstable or unsafe for any sort of rehabilitation or renovation for some future use. To be determined on whether or not it's a structure that could be saved. I'm going to pull up some of the video from this morning. This is not live. This is from about 9:30 this morning. even though it says live on the screen, I'm pulling it over from our YouTube page, which is also streaming. You can see around 9:30 this morning all of the flames that were coming out of the roof. The roof, in the front at least, still mostly intact. You see, as time went on, the fire got progressively larger. Until it had completely spread across the entire roof structure. To the front of the building. This, what you're seeing was recorded about 10:08, 10:06 this morning. Fast forward a little bit more. This is about 10:12, about 10 minutes later. Looks like by about 10:20 this morning, you start to see the fire was getting under control. This is about 10:25. They're focused on trying to get the fire on the front side of the building out. 10:30, it looks like the roof is essentially gone. And this is what the scene looks like now. This is live. Looking at the side of the building, we've discussed earlier that, the roof is completely gone. You can see that the roof is completely gone. But if you look on the second floor, you can see in most of the windows, they're still boarded up with plywood, and the plywood does not, in most cases, appear to be damaged. No way to tell from the other side of the building if there's damage on that side. So it's unclear what damage the internal structure sustained other than the roof, or if the entire inside of the building was also destroyed. That will all be part of MFR's investigation. Obviously, the investigators are on the scene as I speak, trying to figure out what happened, what caused this fire. There's been no indication as to whether or not this was accidental, if it was something of a criminal nature. That will all have to be worked out as investigators do their job. If you look in the middle of your screen, it looks like we have some flames coming back. Not uncommon in large fires to have pop-ups happen. That's why they keep firefighters on the scene, so that they can continue to knock out those hot spots. But for the first time in about 45 minutes, close to an hour, we're actually seeing some visible flames coming from the structure. Something that we don't see happening here is more water being put on those flames. Unclear why, but Montgomery Fire Department is on the scene. I have been since 7:50 this morning. They're about as professional as you're going to get, and they're not going to let it get out of control again. They have the situation under control, and they're probably just watching it. checking on some of the comments that we're getting over on our YouTube channel, where we're streaming this as well as on our Facebook and website and app. Somebody asked, arson. I can tell you that the Montgomery Fire Department is still actively putting out hotspots. There are Montgomery Fire Rescue investigators who are on the scene. They've made no determination at this point on the cause of the fire, whether accidental or criminal in nature. So that will happen in the days to come. Somebody else asked, where is the Montgomery Fire Department? They may be looking at this and not seeing any water being put on the building. Montgomery Fire Rescue is on the scene. They've got multiple ladder trucks out there. They're actively containing the scene at this point. It looks like the Montgomery Fire Department is putting that ladder back into the air. Going to hit that hot spots again with some water, so you're going to see lots of white smoke coming from the top of the building once again. So we are getting a statement in from the Alabama Historical Commission. They just reached back out to us. We were asking them earlier if they could speak with us. The Alabama Historical Commission says, it's, quote, deeply saddened to learn of the devastating fire at the historic Sayre Street School in downtown. Constructed circa 1891, the school was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 1982 and has stood for over 130 years as a significant landmark for both its educational legacy and its architectural significance. The Sayre Street School reflected the city's growth in public education and stood as a rare local example of Victorian Romanesque architecture with distinctive polychromatic brickwork. It is the oldest remaining public school building in Montgomery. And the Historical Commission goes on to say, quote, we are hopeful the building will not be a total loss and that rehabilitation efforts can save it from destruction. Losing such a prominent structure in Montgomery would be a profound loss by all who value who value Alabama's rich cultural heritage. That statement issued by the executive assistant for the Alabama Historical Commission, which is also located in downtown Montgomery, not far from the scene of this fire on South Perry Street. The fire obviously happening on Sayre Street. Huge hit to the historical buildings of Montgomery. If you're watching, as we've seen some people are in the comments who are finding that they're seeing their old school, please, we would love to hear your stories. We would love to be able to contact you. We are working on stories regarding this loss today in our newscast, and we're always looking for that human element. This is not just a building. This is part of the fabric of many people's lives. So if you went to school here, or if this building held some significance in your life, please reach out to us here at WSFA. We would love to speak with you about what this building means to you. If you're watching us on Facebook, you can send us a private message. Our digital team will get that information to our assignment desk or to our reporter who's working on the story today. That's Simon Schuessler. Or you can reach out to Simon directly if you'll search Simon Schuessler's Facebook page or email him. Simon, SIMON SCHUESSLER at WSFA.com. getting a question in the comment section. Was there a homeless encampment in the building? That is undetermined. Nobody knows if anybody was inside the building at the time this fire started this morning or not. So that's probably part of the investigation that's already underway by the Montgomery Fire and Rescue's Investigations Department. For those who are just tuning in, this is a large structure fire in a brick building in downtown Montgomery. It's about 4 or 5 blocks from downtown Montgomery, like the downtown core. The cars that you see in the background moving rapidly, that's I-65. So this building is kind of on the edge, close to the interstate in the downtown Montgomery core, or near the Montgomery core. This is on Sayre Street, at the intersection of Sayre Street and Mildred Street. Someone asked in the comments section earlier where the firefighters were, which obviously you can see that there are multiple firefighters there in this live shot. But jumping back on real quick to add one line of information that we just got from the Montgomery Fire Department. There are approximately 60 Montgomery firefighters who have responded to this blaze in downtown Montgomery, 66-0. 3-alarm fire, very complex situation, multi-story historic building in the area of downtown Montgomery. 60 firefighters it has taken to bring this fire under control. They brought it under control around 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning, and now you see two. There were three, but now you see two Montgomery firefighter ladder trucks spraying the top of the building to make sure that the hot spots are cooled off. Firefighters will probably remain on the scene for the rest of the day, and WSFA 12 News is working on coverage for all of our afternoon and evening newscasts with our reporter Simon Schuessler, so make sure that you tune in for his reporting this afternoon and evening.